Evo, zdaj sem začela še tam snemanje na drugem računalniku. Zdaj pa bi to moralo počas biti. Malo se še naberemo, pa bomo začeli čez 3 minute. Imeli smo malo tehničnih težav, kljub temu, da smo vse sprobali. Tehnika je malo zatajila vseeno. Prosim. Kaj? O! Shit. Mede pa ful debate, pa kaj bomo pa zdaj naredili? Mislim, imaš kakšen predlog ali kaj? Se me izklopi. Ampak je preveč slišal. Bomo pa počasi kar začeli, no, ker ne glede, da pa bom jaz takole, pejte kar.
Pa bi tam kar naenkrat, ko nas še glas, ali pošte, da ni 5 cent.
Pejte, tle.
Policija, kaj to v slovenščini, angleščini?
Ja, zdaj lahko pomoč, ja, malo boje, da še nima pridoncev.
Ja, no sej, ni problema, sej bom jaz. A bom še počakal minuto?
Minuto še, no, in kje so.
Dobro. Dobro jutro vsem. Zdaj z ozirom na to, da imamo danes tudi tukaj goste iz Hrvaške in iz Severne Makedonije, ampak očitno so kolegi iz Makedonije malo podaljšali spanec, ampak nič hudega. Vas bom jaz pozdravil, ampak zdaj sem mislil v angleščini pozdraviti, ali mislim, da ni potrebe, bom tako govoril, da nas bo tudi naša draga prijatelja iz Hrvaške razumela, saj smo toliko blizu, da se razumemo. Dobro jutro, še enkrat v imenu Zbornice gradbeništva in industrije gradbenega materiala. Danes v bistvu zaključujemo za konferenco projekta IN KPI, ki ga je uspešno organizirala moja sodelavka Valentina in na katerem sodelujejo 3 države, torej poleg kolegov iz Hrvaške, kot sem že omenil, tudi iz Severne Makedonije in iz Slovenije. Več o projektu verjetno tako poznate, ampak še kakšne dodatne podatke vam bo podala potem Valentina. Jaz bi pa dejansko mogoče samo na kratko predstavil aktivnosti naše zbornice, predvsem tukaj na sejmu, ki jih izvajamo, in pa seveda tudi en kratek oris gradbeništva v zadnjih 2-3 letih v Sloveniji. Najprej sejem Megra, na katerem se nahajamo, letos že 33. gosti mednarodni sejem gradbeništva, gosti v bistvu razstavljavce iz 12 držav, 170 jih je prišlo. In letos samo na našem... Dobro jutro, dobro jutro. Evo, in naši prijatelji iz Makedonije so prišli, kar naprej, izvolite. Dobro jutro. Mi smo imeli včeraj skupno večerjo, ki se je malo zavlekla, tako da tudi ta zamuda akademska je čisto v redu. Ja bi ga samo molil, da se upišete tam na ono podsvetno listo, evo, Valentina me več daje. Torej, kot sem rekel, 33. sejem, mednarodni 170 razstavljavcev iz 12 držav, samo na našem amfiteatru, ki ga ima naša zbornica, sodeluje 23 največjih slovenskih gradbenih podjetij, naročnikov in tako naprej. Zdaj, gradbeništvo v Sloveniji je v zadnjih 10 letih doživljalo spolne padce, poznate vsi tisti, ki ste bolj podrobno spremljali, tudi včeraj sem kolegom, ki so bili na večeri, malo orisal, kaj se je dogajalo v zadnjih 10-15 letih, zlom panoge leta 2010, kjer je pravzaprav propadlo 2/3 gradbene branže, izguba več kot 25.000 delovnih mest, inženirji so se raztepli po belem svetu ali pa so šli v druge panoge, v bistvu izguba referenc, težave pri javnih razpisih in tako naprej. No, tam po letu 2015 se je trend začel obračati na boljše in ključni problem, s katerim se danes srečujemo, so seveda kadrovske težave. Torej, kadrov v gradbeništvu, tako kot vse povsod, tudi v gradbeništvu primanjkuje. In zato smo v zadnjih 3 letih se tudi zbornica gradbeništva zelo intenzivno vključila v soorganizacijo tega sejma, predvsem s poudarkom, da dajemo vsebine, predstavitve z novimi tehnologijami, z novimi trendi, kot so zeleni prehodi, digitalizacija v panogi, uvedba novih tehnologij, tudi delo na izobraževalnem področju, edukacija, delo za starejšimi, socialni dialog, skratka, cel kup vprašanj, ki se panoge tičejo. In velik poudarek pa dajemo kontaktu z mladimi, se pravi z tistimi, ki šele stopajo tako v izobraževalne procese, kot se odločajo, ali bodo študirali, ne vem, kaj bodo študirali, in moram reči, da sem zelo vesel, ker smo v zadnjih 3 letih uspeli trend obrniti iz upadanja vpisa recimo v srednje gradbene šole ali pa na fakultete, na višje strokovne, torej trend padanja se je ustavil in zdaj beležimo končno zopet rast, ker je panoga seveda tudi v relativno dobrih kondicijah. Tako da ti dogodki, ki jih je pripravila Valentina in ki jih v bistvu izvajamo na zbornici, so sestavni del evropskih projektov. Danes imamo, v teh 2 dneh imamo še kar dogodke na 2 projektih, to je Reno Invest in pa See the Skills. Tako da tukaj na teh projektih se ukvarjamo z različnimi veščinami, z različnimi vprašanji, ki se panoge tičejo. In seveda sem vesel, da ste tukaj z nami. Študenti se nam bodo zdaj pridružili iz ljubljanske fakultete, tako da vam želim en tak res prijetno popoldne. Evo, pošto so se naši kolege pridružili iz Makedonije, ja ću samo napraviti kratak rezove ovog mog izlaganja. Vezano puno na onoga što smo jučer na večeri pričali, znači kratak oris šta se dešavalo sa građevinarstvom u Sloveniji posljednjih 10-15 godina, znači onaj pad o kojem smo jučer pričali 2010. Totalni slom panoge, 2/3 građevinske privrede je otišlo u konkurs. Sve to se imalo veliki utisak kasnije na rad te ekonomije, nije bilo referencija, nije bilo kadra, nije bilo inženjerskog kadra i tako dalje. Tako da sad sa nekim aktivnostima, između kojih je i ovaj učešće naše tu na tom građevinskom sejmu, Megra, koje inače i u Makedoniji, u Hrvatskoj dobro znate, već dugo vremena nekako se trudimo da bi pre svega trend građevinarstva, šta građevinarstvo je, da nije to neki loš zanat, neka loša ekonomija, da bi približili pre svega mladim ljudima, jer najveći problem kojeg mi sad vidimo, to je taj veliki deficit, ali to što smo jučer razgovarali, isto vidim da je to problem i u Hrvatskoj, Makedoniji, u čitavom regionu, ali ne samo regionu, i u čitavoj Evropskoj uniji. Tako da sad dolazimo na neke tačke gdje se razmišlja o uvozu recimo ljudi iz Azije, iz Pakistana i tako dalje. Evo, toliko bi jaz za uvod. Valentina, jaz sem tukaj zdaj z vami kar nekaj časa, tako vam predajam besedo, se jaz zdaj predstavim. Ne? Ja, evo, tako, zdaj pa krmilo prevzema Valentina in začnemo.
Firstly, kindly greetings to all of you who also joined. We have from France some participants, and then later Ray from Ireland will join. And because it's international project, European, we are obliged to present also in English. So this event will be partly in English and partly in Slovenia. So we so the reason why we are today here is that we are finishing 19 months long project. That was really mini project that was focused on digital transformation in the construction sector. And here very shortly what we were doing, very shortly. As you know, that we have seen on many events that sector is underproductive. This was the reason for this project a few years ago that we applied at the Commission, and it's the production is not also growing in our sector. So we decided that perhaps we should measure where we are standing in terms of digital maturity of construction companies, and this was the reason that we said that our schools and construction companies should be checked how digitally ready and mature they are. So we were thinking that we should define some KPIs for this, and with KPIs you should then further relate those to the productivity. As you know, the construction sector in Slovenia is 35,000 euro added value per employee, and it's quite low, one of the lowest, apart from HoReCa sector. So we are thinking that at least we should support micro and small and medium-sized companies in their pathway to digital transform their processes. And because the approach of the European Commission that started at the same time as our mini project was this one. I'm sure that you know this project website because it was very promoted. But the approach used there, this was really a well-paid project. A lot of money was put here from the Commission. Report is available here. I will not comment it, also not the approach, but we think that our approach is better. So we will today introduce Slovenian, Macedonian, and Croatian approach that we were also presenting with within FIEC group, where we are members. So FIEC is association on AO level where all associations representing construction sectors are members. So this is what we were doing. It was a really small project, 60,000 euros for 3 partners and for the developer and for the external support. So really mini budget for all what we have done. So here we are today, 3 chambers in this meeting, in this hall and online. We put our project in 3 phases. Development and harmonization KPI tables for building contractors and educational institutions. Then second one, development and implementation of the multilingual digging KPI data collection tool. Today also the developer is here. And finally, once this tool will be populated with all your data, we will analyze and make suggestions for sector stepping further. What we have done in the first phase is actually we developed 2 nice reports. First one was comparing the sectors of Macedonia, Croatia, and Slovenia. The second one was how the analysis of school system, where they are, how ready they are to adopt the digital transformation. So these are nice 2 reports. The links will be available after recording will be done together with the presentation. And we developed the approach of this about 50 indicators of digital maturity readiness. We have some of those tools already in Slovenia, but they are general one. They're for business, so assessing digital, general business readiness. So this tool is more expert one, focused in the construction sector and really measuring where we are. So this is the tool. Here is the link. You will later could read what all this tool could do. However, we invite you that you go to this tool and check it and receive reports via email. Only you will receive, not we. And that you discuss the report in the company, how good you are, if you could be better. Of course, there are some recommendations put in the tool, which tools could assist you in your further development. And what we will do next. So from today on and this week on, we will collect this data from the construction companies. We will share this link again. So please, all the construction company also present with us online. I will also put the link in the chat. So this link, register and get your digital maturity readiness report. Then we will analyze this data and we will foresight next steps where we should go and perhaps apply for bigger project with all of you, because this one is really small, and together with FIAC partners, we are now searching what could be done next, because we think that we should perhaps prepare a project that would measure return on investment of the digital tools used. So not just purchasing every tool, but you should first measure what really brings added value this tool to your company. And that would be useful, actually. So how much you invest, how much you get, and that we prepare another KPIs for measuring ROE. And today also we are searching for good practices. This is why we have invited the Slovenian pilot presentation, pilot project, a consortium of companies that applied for national funds and were awarded with quite some money. And they developed really good approach how presenting digital transformation in Slovenia. So they have tackled production lines, the personal approach, so digital worker, the concrete production, and the tool that will support the construction companies. So we invite you that you listen to Slovenian story and the companies that were developing these national projects results. The project has just ended, so the results are ready. Then we will listen to Irish practices presenting the sectoral approach on the national basis, what they're doing. Then we will delve into the BIM in Ireland, because BIM is obligatory from now on in Ireland, what kind of problems they're tackling. And finally, Ray will present how their own company got through digital transformation. Where were the problems? What were benefits? Where they could be better? So this is all an inspiration story for all of you, because we have to go. You will have to undergo this process as well. And finally, so today also we'll have Sasha Turanšek, professor on the vet school, on high secondary school, presenting. They have also filled in this tool and will give their feedback on the tool and readiness of the school, how digitalized their school is, and what licenses perhaps they need, and what other things the school needs to support the students and pupils they have. So this is it. Thank you for joining, and I will now invite Mr. Trocha. The company Axis supported us with the content input quite in large extent, so defining KPIs. So Mirko, can you hear us? Will you share now the screen?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I will share the screen now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Yes, we can see.
I have to. Yeah. Okay.
Huh?
Just go
You
on.
you can see. Okay. Well, I will try to speak in English because we have some international friends here. I have this presentation for 30 minutes, so if I will be too long, you can interrupt me and we can proceed with other presenters. So I will try to explain the approach that we took for this project, key performance indicators for construction contractors. And firstly, I have some problems now because it's not proceeding.
We have to try to stop sharing the
It's go, yeah. Well, firstly, I was very disappointed when I hear what digitalization in construction people think that is. My view of digitalization in the construction was very much different from what I've been hearing from the other people. And when I encounter this project from European Commission that was performed by 3 or 4 companies, I was very negatively surprised because their view of digitalization was done through technologies. So they started from the technology point of view, and then they were looking forward what kind of level of digitalization users achieve. So the main technologies that were mentioned in this European Commission project that was called Digitalization of Construction Small and Medium Enterprises, on the first place was BIM. Of course, BIM is digitalization, but BIM is not the whole digitalization of the construction industry. BIM is only the digitalization regarding design, regarding the drawings, but not the whole construction industry. Then the next technology that was mentioned was 3D printing. I managed to find this photograph of this little bridge, and I was again negatively surprised because this bridge is looks like from a cartoon, and it's not very good. The downside of 3D printing is that we need a lot of equipment. It's time consuming, it's cost consuming, it's not cost effective. The only thing that we can print in 3D is vertical elements. I never heard that any horizontal load-bearing elements were printed in 3D. So 3D also doesn't support the materials that we traditionally use in construction industry, that is reinforced concrete, steel, wood, masonry. None of these things are covered by 3D printing. Then another technology that was mentioned was robots. Of course, robots are here in our industry, not the construction industry, but in other industries, as long as I remember. In the 80s, there were robots in construction, in car manufacturing industry. in the pharmaceutical industry, in the also in electronics industry, robots were present, and the difference between those industries and construction, I believe, is in environment. Environment on the construction site is exposed to weather condition, and whereas the conditions in the closed quarters of industry are not. They're controlled environment. Then the other technology that was mentioned was 3D scanner. By 3D scanner, we get a cloud of points, and this technology could be interesting if it was connected to some other data. For example, BIM models, 3D BIM models. And if the 3D scanner could use some application, use some software to be an intermediate and to determine what kind of elements are done in the construction site, and it could translate this to BIM elements. In this, I think 3D scanner would be useful, but as far as now, I don't believe that 3D scanner is of much use in the construction industry, and for certainly it's not a game changer in construction industry. The same goes for drones. Drones are again very useful when we want to check the areas that are not accessible or would be accessible with scaffolding and elevators and some other thing, some other approach. So drones can be good, but again, it's not a game changer, and again, it's not a big. They don't have a big impact on construction industry. The last thing that they mentioned was sensors, like temperature sensors, level sensors, pressure monitor sensors. The sensors are connected into the wireless network and then controlled by some application that gathers the data from the sensor, analyzes the data from the sensor, and this is a good thing. But again, it doesn't have a big impact on the construction industry. For example, for many years, we have compacting rollers installed pressure sensors. So when in the road building, when we want to compact the layer of soil, the roller goes over the layer, and it measures the compaction of the soil in the real time, and this information is given then to the operator of the roller, and when the roller compacts the soil, it goes to another area and begins their operations there. So in the next, I want to speak about the BIM. What is BIM good for? BIM, they say it offers the possibility to store and share data in the center place. It's called common data environment, but this is not the only possibility to store and share data in the central place. We also have some other platforms that may not be as much friendly to BIM, but would be much cheaper than BIM. And the point is that we have some place that the data is stored in one place and can be accessed from many places, from many participants that are working on the construction project. So I would argue that BIM is not the only option to store and share data in the central place. But then again, the clash detection in the project, of course, this is a good thing. This is one step forward for BIM from the previous practice in the 2D drawings. So this is a good thing. Then another good thing is that we have a 3D model. We can turn it around. We can cross-section, make cross-section. So we have a better representation in 3D model. But then I once spoke to one of the major real estate developer in Slovenia, and they bragged that they have all their projects in the BIM. So I asked them if they make their BOQs, bill of quantities, in BIM, and the answer was no, we don't use BIM for that. Then I asked another question. If they calculate the quantities for BOQ items in BIM, and they said, well, yes, we done quantity takeoff, but we then come to the conclusion that quantity takeoff is not calculating the quantities for BOQ items, because the parameters and the data in the bill of quantities is often much more precise than the data in the BIM model. So again, the answer is no. Yes.
Can you accept to comment? Firstly, Mrs. Rezel, and then Mr. Schein. I have question and comment for you.
Well, maybe if the comments would be at the end, or should be now.
You could decide.
Well, I would rather see that they're at the end.
Okay.
If it's possible. Okay, if I proceed now, again, the next question was if we calculate the price of BOQ item with resource rates, and the answer was we get the price, we can get the price, but the price was from the contract. So again, no calculating of the price of BOQ item with resource rates. Then again, the question was monthly accounting of works, executed works by contractor, if they do that by BIM, and the answer was no, we do that in Excel files. Then again, checking and reviewing of accounting by supervisor, is it done in BIM? No, again, it's not done by BIM. Then time schedule of works. Of course, BIM represents itself as a 4D, so they have this time component, and I asked them if they produce this time schedule. They say they do, but then again, the next question was if they make also the time schedule for all different kinds of materials, all different kinds of labor, all different machines, vehicles, and equipment. And the answer was no, we don't, because we don't have resource rates, we don't have resources either. So my question was, then why do you do this time schedule in BIM? And the answer was, we have an animation of how building is rising, and my answer was that the value, the engineering value for a contractor to have this animation of building which is rising is not very useful from the engineering point of view.
Mirko, 3 more minutes and you have to finish.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Well,
so
okay, then project report and planned resources according to quantities and costs were also not carried out by BIM. Cost schedule monitoring with earned value method and S-curve was also not monitoring with BIM. Change management regarding cost, time, and the scope of contracting works was also not done by BIM. So despite of that I'm very critical about BIM, I still think that BIM is a good thing. I think that BIM is a step forward, but BIM is not going to cover all the digitalization in construction industry, and especially not for constructing execution companies, for constructors. It will not represent, or it will represent only a part of digitalization. So in my point of view, I would define BIM as 3D parametric modeling, because the information, the data in BIM is very scarce. We don't have the data on materials, we don't have data on technologies that we need for making bill of quantities. And now I want to say that BIM could be used for preparing a bill of quantities. It's a wonderful tool for that. It offers possibility, but the BIM providers do not provide that possibility. In my field of work, this is cost engineering. I see that we can prepare a bill of quantities and that we could calculate the bill of quantities items. So we could make this document, bill of quantities, which is, in my view, the most important document for contractors. We could make this also together with BIM. So if I don't have much more time, I would just skip this. These are the rules. And I would only finish with this last slide, that what I suggest is a meaningful digitalization in construction. I see this digitalization in construction in 3 pillars. The first pillar is BIM. This is a designer point of view. This is, we get a 3D model. And the second thing is construction enterprise resource planning. This is meant for construction companies, for contractors, and it deals with project management. And the last thing, which is common to all enterprises, is enterprise resource planning. This is application for business management, and it is meant for all companies, not just construction companies, but construction companies deals with project and projects. Project managers should have the full control over their project, full cost control, full time control, full control over resources. And I believe that together with all these 3 applications, we can make a meaningful digitalization, and that digitalization that would have the largest impact on the construction industry. It's not necessary that we are dealing with those cutting-edge technologies like 3D printing and virtual reality and 3D scanning and so on. We have to focus on what could be digitalized, and I see the digitalization in those applications. I think that BIM is already several years on the scene, also enterprise resource planning. But as far as project management, I don't see very much applications that are intended for that. And I think that the main push in the area of digitalization should be regarding construction enterprise resource planning.
Okay, Mirko, we now need to go to the questions. Andrea? Andrea? Gospa Andrea? Nič ne slišimo, Andreja. Če ne pa pol gospod Šajn. Aha, da pa slišimo, kadaj?
Ne, hotela sem vam povedati, da gospa Andreja je povedala, da ni želela nič povedati, samo prve prezentacije se ni videlo. Samo to je želela.
Hvala, ker ima še rokico, zato sem mislila, ker ima.
Ne, se jo je odmaknila.
Aha, mogoče pa tudi prej. Gospod Šajn.
Ja, dober dan. Če se lahko čisto na kratko vključim, samo dal sem kratek komentar. Mislim, da bi moral biti torej neka razprava o tej prezentaciji, ki smo pravkar videli, malo daljša, no, tako da ne bom zdaj res dolg. Jaz bom imel 2 predavanji v okviru dogodkov zdaj na Megri, tako da upam, da bomo si malo stališča tudi zbližali. No, tako, hvala lepa.
Gospod Šajn, se pa izvojno sliši. V popoldanskem delu dogodka, pri nas od 2 do 5, pa vas vabimo na tisto predavanje. Jaz sem vsem poslala še link za popoldansko predavanje, also in English. I have just sent it to all. Also, the second part of this event will be in the afternoon, where Mr. Shine will be also one of the keynote speakers, and will give some more thorough comments on this presentation that he said that today here is not time, but afterwards he will comment some of the statements that Mr. Trochak gave, which is okay because the place of Megra is also for discussion and exchange of views. Any other questions? Dan, does Franz has any question? Any questions, somebody else, or we should continue? So Mirko, thank you. Hvala lepa, Mirko. Malo se nam mudi, bomo šli kar naprej, ker smo zamujali. We are really late with time, so we need to continue. So I would kindly invite the developer of this tool that Mirko is still presenting. Mirko, you could now stop sharing. And I invite Mr. Dano Ličen from Slovenian company Arctur. And if the presentation will not be seen, please say it loud, because I am allowed for technical assistance here. And so I have overlooked the comment that you said that my presentation was not seen. So please, so we need now to share. So we share the full screen. Can you see now the screen from online?
Ne vidimo.
Se vidi?
Ne.
Ne. Zdaj pa jaz več nimam ideje. Imate vi kakšno drugo idejo? Čem s tem, da drugim še probati. Ne, zakaj imam dvakrat tole? Okno, ja. A zdaj se vidi? Eno društvo.
Ne.
Se pravim, tehnika zataji, nimava ideje, ne? Kaj bi da še bilo?
Kaj je tehnika?
Ja. Ne vem, zakaj se ne deli.
Ja, zdaj to poskušam. V redu?
A se vidi?
Ne.
Okej, probam še na drugi.
Danes ste že video, prej ni delal.
Poskušam še tu zaslon.
Zdaj pa je. Ja.
Kje ste tu vklopila prezentacijo?
Tole. Kje se kopila, tale desno še malo desno. Ja. Se vidi?
Ja.
Krasno, hvala. Se pravičujem, zakaj sem spregledala.
So I'll try to be on time. My name is Dano. I'm legal counsel, project manager at Arctur. Our digital tool, automated assessment tool, serves as a technological basis for digging KPI. So in the beginning, just a quick note about us. You see a nice building, sun shining. We are from Western Slovenia. It's a lot of sun, but seriously, like sun has been shining on our company for 30 years now. We focus on innovative IT solutions, basically stemming from research and development. You can also just focus on the last part of this description, which is our slogan. We do not follow changes, we co-create them. And we do this through the combination of several competences. First is creativity and innovation, mainly being nurtured through employing a lot of young people. Also, on a side note, most of the leadership cadre in our company is represented by women. So spurring out some really innovative environment. The second is project management, which is the basis of our core competences. We've developed our own project management software because we need to coordinate really different projects, from medicinal projects to software development projects to basically EU projects as a whole that have various needs. We need to coordinate them simultaneously. So through our own needs, developed our own project management tool called 4PM. We also have a supercomputer, which allows us to offer visualization and calculation of complex data to our clients. So, and the last part is software design, where automated assessment tool comes from. So basically, in short, our mission: cutting edge IT technology, innovative solutions, co-creating the challenges of the future. These are just a couple of numbers behind our pedigree. As we said, we are the biggest privately owned HPC provider in Central Europe, more than 30 years in existence, which enables us to be currently part of some of the biggest projects in the EU, insofar as developing the digital structure of the digital economy of the future. So this is where we come to this automated assessment tool, which has been designed in course to map progress tracking of large respondent groups. Like, why large respondent groups? Because small respondent groups can easily be tackled through some survey software, but when large respondent groups come into play, let's imagine you need to formulate a strategy, or you need to assess skill maturity of a certain sector, or you need to map current state of the art in terms of EU project, you name it. You need a lot of economic resources and human capital to do so. So basically, a lot of times strategies fall victim to subjective assumptions. And this is why automated assessment tool, which was also rewarded, was designed to make this process easy, fast, and automatic. As a result, allowing for an objective measurement of a certain sector. Objective measurement that is based on data. We are talking also about personalized automated reports, but mainly we are talking about being able to define actions and taking necessary steps on data and analytics that these steps are coming from. So based on data, you can individualize progress tracking, which we will talk about in the later part. So the automated assessment tool has been designed in a way to cover various topics. You can input content of your own choosing. Let's say you need to assess the sustainability performance of companies. You need to assess the accessibility of public institutions on a national or EU level. You need to assess sustainability performance of the event industry, or digital maturity of a sector. This tool allows you to import content and then gather data to assess that factor. So we have various palette of clients using this tool. And this tool is basically, in short, derived from three main elements. First is the online questionnaire, a really simple online questionnaire through which people that use this tool go and click through the answers. So the online questionnaire is not just about qualitative data, it can also produce quantitative data. If you're interested in like how tons of trash that is produced by an industry, or like what is the scope of emissions, or what is the scope of visitors, this tool can be created in a way to gather this data, and it allows one other important feature, which is the dual responses. You do not get to answer just for the current state, but also for the future state. So let's say we are currently in this situation, but we expect to be here in 3 or 4 or 5 years. So if respondents go through this questionnaire again in 2 years, they can compare what they expected their situation to be and what their situation is right now. So this is the first part, an easy online questionnaire, easy to answer, easy to go through. The second part is this neural net or multi-attribute decision-making model with predefined objective weights through which the answers go through. And here comes the third part, automatically generated report on the other end. So what is it? Sometimes for the service, it can be really hard to motivate people to answer them because they do not receive anything back. With this tool, they get instantaneously an automatically generated report, which is personalized based on their answers. Based on the weights, predefined, objectively predefined weights, final score is calculated, and then personalized recommendations are gathered in an automatically generated report, giving an educational factor to this tool. So the respondents get a feedback and they get recommendations on how they can improve. So we are talking about 3 elements of this tool: a simple online questionnaire, a neural net or multi-attribute decision-making model, and then automatically generated reports with an educational element. And the final part for the organizations that set up this tool is the data that allows us or allows other organizations to make complex analytics, to acquire data and see the intricacies of various data points, how they are connected, and based on that, they can make like objective decisions or objective pictures of a certain sector, of a certain question, of a certain of their choosing. So beside IN KPI, just a few use cases where this AAT is already used really successfully. This one has been developed to assess digital maturity of SMEs on EU level, also being translated in many languages. This one was really interesting because it was a flagship project of European Commission. Some 50 tourism organizations throughout EU were given a chance to assess their smart tourism approach. We then gathered data, performed analytics, and presented that to the European Commission. This is where it all started. It is our most complex version of automated assessment tool. It has also received an AI and Data Innovation Award in the International Tourism Innovation Summit. It has 300 plus indicators, and it is basically a tool that fully captures the impact of tourism on a certain destination, being fully aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah, I'm at the end. And finally, when we are talking about sustainability, this AAT has been released in collaboration, the Slovene version in collaboration with the Slovenian Enterprise Fund, allowing for the sustainability performance of ESG orientation of SMEs, which is a really interesting topic to delve into, especially because the EU regulation in terms of sustainability is getting so complex. So how does the process work? how did the process work. We have a lot of experience in that form. So basically, we are the ones that guide the entire process on formulating the question, on how to set up the indicators if this is necessary, on how to create the only questionnaire, and all in all, for the collaborators to be able to capture data that they really need. So in short, this is it. I would like to thank Valentina and Mr. Mirko for our collaboration, and I hope that the IN KPI automated assessment tool reaches wide number of stakeholders in the industry, allowing for a really objective picture of the digital maturity of this sector. So thank you from our part.
Thank you, Dano. Just to comment, Actor Company also support our chamber in project management. So we on chamber have 100 international projects, all kind of departments, and we have special tool which is called 4PM. And it's also so with so much project and so much financings and timesheets and documents, we also use their system for other, so this company for other tools. We will skip the break. We don't have time, okay? Everyone who wants coffee, just stand and go out. Here is the toilet if you need, because we have to be on time. Sorry, if you need a break, go out. Otherwise, you need to continue. So I would like to invite Mrs. Tanya Lesko-Grill to be next one on the agenda. Huh? All the whole group, please. Yeah. So now this is the Slovenian project on pilot project on digital transformation, and now all these companies, all four, and one online will present the cutting edge results from this project.
Direktor je rekel, bo kar delil.
Na začetku lep pozdrav tudi z moje strani vsem tu prisotnim in vsem prisotnim nadaljavo. Takole, naš projekt digitalne preobrazbe konzorcija se imenuje Gradbeništvo 4.0. Ta projekt temelji na glavnih izzivih, ki jih globalno in posledično tudi v Sloveniji zazna in občuti, bi rekla, cela gradbena panoga, in na katerega imajo velik vpliv tudi digitalne tehnologije in digitalizacija. Glavni izziv v gradbeništvu nam je predstavljalo dejstvo, da je gradbeništvo na samem repu panoge, kar se tiče postopne digitalizacije. V tem trenutku lahko pa z velikim veseljem povemo, da smo z marcem 2024 projekt Gradbeništvo 4.0 uspešno zaključili. In danes vam bomo skupaj s našimi konzorcijskimi partnerji predstavili nekaj produktov in rezultatov projektov, ki smo jih že uspešno v bistvu implementirani v dnevno prakso našega podjetja Digitalna. Da pa povem, mogoče razpis se je začel spomladi 2022, takrat je Ministrstvo za gospodarstvo, turizem in šport objavilo razpis Digitalna preobrazba, ki črpa sredstva iz evropskih skladov. Na vseh kriterijih, ki jih je Ministrstvo za gospodarstvo, turizem in šport prijavilo, se je izbiralo 23 slovenskih podjetij. Med uspešnimi podjetji na razpisu je bilo tudi izbrano naš projekt Gradbeništvo 4.0, ki smo ga pripravili skupaj z našimi konzorcijskimi partnerji. Gradnje smo kot vodilni konzorcijski partner projekta, sodelovali so še pa zraven SRC, Robotina in Sunesis. Kasneje pa smo kot GIC gradnik sodelovanje povabili tudi podjetje Priod. To bi lahko povemo, da je to naš v bistvu GIC-ov do sedaj finančno največji pridobljen konzorcijski projekt, katerega skupna vrednost je nekaj več kot 5 milijonov evrov. Pri čemer je delež, ki smo ga podjetja vložila v ta projekt, nekaj manj kot 3 milijone evrov. Zdaj pa še na kratko, digitalna preobrazba in projekt gradbeništvo je za nas zelo pomemben, je prebojen projekt v načinu dela, razmišljanja in organizacije procesov. Tako za naše podjetje, GIC gradnje, kot za celoten ekosistem in sodelovanje v procesu načrtovanja, gradnje, vzdrževanja in upravljanja objektov. Sedaj pa vas vabim, da prisluhnite našim partnerjem pri projektu, ki vam bodo posebej podrobno predstavili naše produkte.
Dobrodan še v mojem imenu. Moje ime je Olga Arnoš in prihajam iz podjetja Src. Mi smo v tem projektu skupaj z GIC-om sodelovali kot pač izvajalec in smo razvili kar nekaj produktov, ki vam jih bomo danes tudi pokazali. To se pravi zdaj tako na kratko, ko je Src, ki se je pojavil na področju gradbeništva 3 leta nazaj, ko smo zagrizli v to zanimivo področje, sta nas na začetku presenetile 2 stvari in to je prva, kako veliko sofisticiranih tehnoloških rešitev je že na področju gradbeništva. Tukaj imam v mislih predvsem recimo BIM, potem digitalne dvojčke, IoT, razne komercialne predpripravljene rešitve, virtualna rešitev, obogatena rešitev, to se pravi AR. Na eni strani in na drugi strani, kako nizka pravzaprav stopnja digitalizacije v večini gradbenih podjetij. Nekje sem zasledila podatek, da je na evropski ravni, da je v Evropi v bistvu na nizki stopnji digitalizacije kar 90% gradbenih podjetij, pri nas pa mislim, da 97%. To sem pač v enem članku smo zasledili in mislimo, da to kar drži. Seveda to ni nujno slaba novica, pravzaprav ni slaba novica, ker tukaj je velik manevrski prostor za improvement. Tako smo se pač lotili tega projekta skupaj z GIC-em in smo pač hitro ugotovili, da je naš največji izziv, kako hitro in učinkovito vključiti nove tehnologije v obstoječe gradbene procese, pri tem pa seveda ne smemo pozabiti tako na zasledovanje ciljev, kot so produktivnost, izboljševanje in seveda potem nenazadnje tudi varnost v sami panogi, varnost podatkov v sami panogi. Naš cilj je bila izgradnja gradbene platforme, ki vam jo bom v nadaljevanju tudi pokazala. To je v bistvu, sledili smo cilju, da naredimo čim bolj celovito rešitev za gradbeništvo, ki bo imelo možnost povezovanja z senzorji, z ERP-i, z navižni, z SAP in ostalimi sistemi na eni strani in pač na drugi strani, da bo zajelo digitalizacijo čim več gradbenih procesov. Tako da zdaj, da vam bomo pokazali, smo pripravljen filmček. Zdaj pa jaz tu rabim malo pomoči. Kam smo zdaj mi to dali? Ja, v bistvu že ima predpripravljen že. Prej smo tole testirali. Kjer boste tole našo, takole, ja, super, ja. Mogoče na začetek. Kjer boste tole našo gradbeno platformo videli in vse te module, ki vključujejo. Pa vam kar, evo.
Gregor, si z nami?
Jaz sem z vami. Lahko že kar delim zaslon?
Jaz mislim, da lahko slišimo te, tako da kar izvoli.
Super. Torej, dober dan. Aha, lahko začnem. Okay. Dober dan, pozdravljeni še iz moje strani. Sem Gregor Gabrošek, tehnični vodja rešitve Betonarna 2.0 v podjetju Sunesis. Danes vam bom predstavil ključne probleme, s katerimi se srečujejo podjetja v betonarnah in rešitev Betonarna 2.0, ki jo je zasnovala naša ekipa. Primarni cilj naše rešitve je digitalno transformirati tradicionalni način naročanja betona. Naša vizija pa je vzpostaviti nov standard v gradbeni industriji, kjer bi dobava betona potekala na učinkovit, prilagodljiv in napreden način. Cilj te digitalne transformacije je na eni strani optimizirati in poenostaviti upravljanje betonarne, na drugi strani pa omogočiti strankam popolnoma novo izkušnjo naročanja betona. Na kratko si poglejmo izzive upravljanja betonarne. V betonarni imamo osrednjo osebo, nekega logistika, ki na eni strani preko klicev in elektronskih sporočil komunicira s strankami, na drugi strani izdeluje plan dela v betonarni, to je planiranje naročil, dobav in vozil, in potem koordinira zastavljeni plan z vsemi deležniki v procesu. To so stranke na gradbišču, ki čakajo prihod betona, ostali logistiki, operaterji v posamezni betonarni in tudi vozniki, ki razvažajo beton. Lahko si predstavljamo količino informacij in usklajevanja, ki so potrebni za izvedbo večjega števila naročil na dan. Prihaja seveda do preobremenjenosti zaposlenih. Soočajo se s težavo ogromne količine klicev in izmenjevanja sporočil med stranko in logistikom. Potem pa so še klici, ki so potrebni za celotno koordinacijo betonarne. Tudi pri strankah pride do problema individualne obravnave, ki je ni vedno mogoče zagotoviti. Drugi večji problem je ročno planiranje proizvodnje. To se običajno dogaja na A3 papirju oziroma v Excel razpredelnicah. To je neoptimalno in lahko povzroči finančni izpad prihodkov. Tretji večji problem pa predstavlja celotna koordinacija betonarne, kjer je potrebno stalno obveščati vse deležnike o dogajanju in pa ročno komunicirati vse spremembe in potrditve. Poglejmo si še izzive strank pri naročanju betona. Tu komunikacija poteka seveda med logistikom v betonarni in med stranko. Potem je tukaj seveda izziv najprej naročanje. Torej, naročanje lahko zelo zamudno. Stranka seveda ne ve, kateri termini so prosti. Torej, operater v betonarni je tudi večkrat nedosegljiv kot dosegljiv in zato prihaja do težavnega naročanja in do zamudne komunikacije sprememb, potrditev in prihaja do večkratnega izmenjavanja informacij pri naročanju. Problem se pojavi tudi pri dostavi betona, kjer je stranka pogosto neobveščena o trenutnem stanju naročila, na naročilo pa čaka večje število ljudi na gradbišču. Mi smo zasnovali rešitev, kjer smo naslovili vse te izzive. Razvili smo mobilno aplikacijo za stranke, torej za kupce betona, in spletno aplikacijo za upravljanje same betonarne. Naša rešitev, ki jo bom zdaj predstavil, pa seveda omogoča nek pameten način za sledenje zasedenosti betonarne, ponuja pa betonarni tudi pametni algoritem za optimalno razporejanje naročil, dobav in samega voznega parka. Na kratko vam bom pokazal osnovne funkcionalnosti aplikacije za upravljanje betonarne, ki smo jo razvili. Glavni del aplikacije, ki jo uporabljajo logistik, dispečer in operater, je nadzorna plošča, kjer so prikazani vsi podatki, ki jih osebje potrebuje za izvedbo naročil tekočega dne. Na tej nadzorni plošči so vidne vse informacije o naročilih in dobavah. Ko operater oziroma logistik neko dobavo spremeni ali pa jo v betonarni odpremijo, se njeno stanje posodobi in je stranka o tem nemudoma obveščena. To tako betonarni kot stranki omogoča hitrejšo in lažjo komunikacijo. Razvili smo tudi pregledno ploščo, kjer lahko zaposleni v betonarni za poljuben dan na izjemno intuitiven način vidijo stanje zasedenosti betonarne čez dan, vključno s pregledom zasedenosti voznikov in vozil ter morebitno prekrivanje oziroma težave, ki se lahko zgodijo pri dobavi. Ravno tako je zelo enostavno prilagajanje naročil in dobav v primeru kakršnihkoli sprememb. Sedaj pa si poglejmo še nekaj o mobilni aplikaciji za kupce betona. Uporaba aplikacije je za stranke izjemno preprosta. Torej, enostavno lahko oddajo naročila preko aplikacije. Stranka preko posebnega obrazca vnese želeni termin, želeni beton, torej specifikacije samega betona. Aplikacija pa glede na urnik betonarne avtomatsko predlaga razpoložljive termine. Torej, tukaj komunikacije med stranko in betonarno v obliki telefonskega klica ni. Aplikacija omogoča tudi realno časovno obveščanje o spremembah. Torej, ko hruška oziroma črpalka odide iz betonarne, torej na pot proti stranki, stranka prejme potisnjeno sporočilo na mobilno napravo. Tako obvestila pa prejme tudi v primeru spremembe samega naročila ali predvidenega časa prihoda. Stranka lahko tudi enostavno spremeni količino betona v zadnji dobavi, kar je zelo pogost problem pri naročanju. V aplikaciji je mogoče tudi pregledati pretekla naročila in jih zelo enostavno ponoviti. Uporabnik aplikacije pa lahko tudi preko aplikacije nadzoruje svoja gradbišča in upravlja zaposlene in jih dodaja na nekatera gradbišča, s tem pa ureja tudi dostop določenim zaposlenim do določenih naročil. Vse našteto olajša proces naročanja tako strankam kot betonarni in kar poglejmo si nekaj konkretnih prednosti. Prednosti za betonarno so sledeče. Betonarna lahko neposredno prejema naročila preko mobilne aplikacije, ki so že nemudoma uvrščena v sam urnik betonarne. To zmanjša seveda obremenjenost zaposlenih. Vsa vnešena naročila ročno v aplikaciji za betonarno ali preko mobilne aplikacije za naročanje so umeščena v urnik betonarne na optimiziran način s pomočjo umetne inteligence. Prav tako so optimizirani sami urniki dobav in pa dodeljevanje vozil in voznikov dobavam. To pomeni v praksi višjo izkoriščenost betonarne in zmanjšanje zapletov. In kot že omenjeno, zaledni sistem omogoča celovit pregled nad delovanjem betonarne mnogim deležnikom brez nepotrebne komunikacije. Prednosti za kupce betona pa so sledeče. Kupec lahko preko mobilne aplikacije neposredno naroča beton z vnaprej znanimi prosti termini, ki so specifični glede na njihovo naročilo. Torej, pri generiranju terminov se že upošteva količina betona, razdalja med betonarno in gradbiščem in tako dalje. Preko aplikacije lahko tudi pregledujejo, spreminjajo in prekličejo naročila. Služi pa tudi kot neke vrste arhiv naročil. Na dan same dostave pa lahko spremljajo naročila v živo. Torej, preko obvestil so na mobilni napravi obveščeni o odhodih vozil iz betonarne. Posledice vpeljave digitalne rešitve so torej sledeče. Izboljšano je zadovoljstvo strank, proces postane v celoti digitaliziran in v bistvu digitalno transformiran. Izognemo se papirnim dokumentom, saj aplikacija omogoča tudi generacijo dobavnic, prevoznic in ostalih dokumentov. Poveča pa se posledično dobiček, izboljša se izkoriščenost betonarne in zmanjša se obremenjenost zaposlenih. Pametni sistem sledenja zasedenosti betonarne torej omogoča generiranje prostih terminov betonarne na izjemno enostaven način. Ta sistem optimizira razdeljevanje naročil na dobave, torej enega večjega naročila na manjše dobave, ki jih izvajajo vozila. Sistem pa tudi avtomatizira dodeljevanje vozil in voznikov na dobave, da je izkoriščenost teh kapacitet čim višja. In za zaključek še ena misel. Digitalizacija gradbene industrije se dogaja v tem trenutku. Dolga leta je zaostajala pri digitalizaciji, vendar temu zdaj počasi ne bo več tako. Proizvodnja betona je ena izmed redkih panog, kjer se digitalna transformacija še ni zgodila. Z rešitvijo, kot je naša, pa v gradbeništvu stopamo na to novo digitalno pot. Zdaj pa predajam besedo še Blažu iz podjetja Priot. Hvala.
Hvala, Gregor. So I will do this in English, just to keep up the international component of this event.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me just share my screen and I'll be right with you. Okay, so I think my colleagues already gave a very good pitch for why digitalization is important, and now everybody is convinced, so I don't have to convince you. So I will just go straight to the point. So our product is dealing with quality control for concrete production, right? So we were thinking of mainly three issues that we need to solve. One is how can we improve efficiency of concrete quality control? The second one was how can we still be compliant while being efficient, right? So we need to be compliant with standards. And then the third one, which is really important, is how can we make this extremely simple and easy to use, right? So that it doesn't take you to onboard a new person 6 months, but maybe just 2 days, right? So I know that, easy to use and standards are words that are usually not found in the same sentence, but I feel that we managed to kind of combine the two. So what is Solid Lab? Solid Lab is a platform that basically combines 3 sources of information. One is from the ERP system, we're gathering orders. From the production line, we're getting.
We will solve the presentation.
Sorry, guys. We have 2 tabs open, so let's try. Is this now visible?
No.
Still not?
Yes, now it's okay. No.
Okay, wait. We'll do it again. Now I will wait 5 seconds and then ask you.
No. Now it's okay.
Perfect. Everything good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will not repeat. I will continue. Okay, so we are gathering information from 3 sources. One is the ERP system, which has the orders for the production line. The other is the direct integration to the production line itself, which means we're gathering, materials that are being used. And then the third stream of data is coming from the laboratory. So all the sampling that's being made and all the tests, all the measurements are combined basically in one platform. It's all labeled, stored, accessible through a web app, so that the laboratory technician can basically use this app to do all of his tests. And the CEO or the organization manager or the owner can then see the analytics and keep track of production, right? So you want to track your profitability, you want to track the consumption and stuff like that. So I will just go briefly through how this process is made, and we can go step by step, right? So step 1 is in our platform, we receive orders, we integrate basically through your ERP system. And we have, you see here, a table of orders. Each order is, has a client on attached, has a recipe attached to it, and the amount of concrete that was mixed. In the second step, you basically take this order and create a sampling procedure. We call this a sampling list, or vzorčni list v slovenščini. From this sampling list, you basically create all the samples and all the tests that you need to do. And this is what I meant by compliance, right? So everything is already streamlined here. You just select the test that you need to make. And then you go and make and take the measurements, right? So you can measure temperature, volumes, dimensions, stuff like that. You input everything here and it's all streamlined, right? So you can scroll this down and then you can do the sampling. So how this looks in production, for example, in GITS, the laboratory worker has a tablet and he just inputs everything in the tablet. So there is no paperwork involved anymore. One important thing, we offer an IoT upgrade, which offers automated measurements, right? So if we take a look here, for measuring this temperature, you can just press a button and it's measured, right? So there is no typing even needed. With this, we reduce potential errors. Okay, and then as a final step, you generate a report, which is again fully compliant with what the Slovenian law requires. It compiles all the tests that you've done and it gives you a nice PDF. Okay, in summary, what we think we managed to do is we support faster sampling. We have much less errors because of manual inputs. We offer complete traceability of your samples. We are compliant with all the necessary standards. And then, of course, we offer the security of your data. So you can store everything in our platform. And on top of that, you can analyze your consumption, production, profitability, and other business metrics. So.
And above everything, the Dean of Faculty of Ljubljana, Construction Engineering, said that they will equip their laboratory also with your sensors. Is that right?
I see you already have some top secret information.
We chamber have everything. This is why we are here.
Yes, the Dean of the Faculty was very impressed. She said that she sees a future, nice future in this product. So yes, hopefully we can make a partnership with them as well. So just to offer here, if there's any construction companies here that see some value in this, you can book a call with us. We only take 2 weeks from start to integration, so it should go very smoothly. We can also offer demo usage of the platform so you can test it out. So feel free to scan the QR code and get in touch. Cool.
So are you finished with your presentation? You're really
so, yeah.
on time, even 5 minutes earlier, so congrats. So now if I have any questions before Ray from Ireland stepped in, he also joined. Any question from audience, from virtual audience? No questions. So then better than Ray starts. Ray, can you share your presentation?
Sure, I can, no problem.
Because we had some technical problems and sometimes people see, sometimes they don't online.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I reshared my link this morning, but I will share it here myself. That's fine. Okay. Try and keep this squeezed in here nicely. Okay. Is that good, Valentina? You guys can see that?
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Okay, nice to meet you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be asked to participate at this fair. I'm really excited to share the story of digital construction in Ireland. So I've kind of split my talk today into a couple of different topics. First of all, I want to give a general overview of our most recent BIM public mandate, which was brought in, which was launched last summer, but has just begun this January. And I also want to talk about the public supports that are available to all of our construction companies, both public and private, in Ireland, or should I say divisions, both public and private in Ireland, and then a little bit about our own digital journey at John Paul Construction, which is a combination of digital transformation, but also integrating more our construction technology, our already existing construction technology into our digital workflows. So, a little bit about myself. So my name is Ray Blewett. I am the head of digital construction at John Paul Construction. I'll talk a little bit more about us later. But you know, part of my remit in this role is to incorporate and integrate our existing solutions, innovate and find some new opportunities, but also represent our company in the industry. And advocate for our company, advocate for the private side of the industry with our public and academic side as well. So hence why I'm so happy to be involved in this discussion today. I'd also just like to give a hats off to the work done on the IN KPI tool. I've tested it and used it myself, and I think it's excellent. I've actually promoted it already locally here for some friends within my network to actually use the tool. It has some really detailed and interesting questions, and it gives you a good snapshot of where you are currently and where you can go. So excellent work, guys. I want to commend you on that. So to get started then, so brief overview of John Paul Construction. I was going to talk about this later in the onto the continent. So we do have a sister company in Saudi Arabia called Absal Paul, another construction company as well, which is, so we're kind of partnered up that way. But the majority of our work as John Paul Construction is in Ireland, UK, and then in Central Europe. So we in Ireland and the UK, we're executing everything from commercial, residential, and technical projects, pharmaceutical, food and beverage, manufacturing, communication, civil infrastructure, etc. And then in the UK and on the continent, it's more of a focus around civil infrastructure, manufacturing, and mission critical. So we have basically been drawn out by our repeat clients onto the continent to execute their projects for them as they develop out there as well. So you know, 2,000 projects delivered, 500 staff. That's actually more like 550 now. I would say we're actually growing at that pace, and our revenue basically matches that on a 1 million to 1 person level. So yeah, we've won several awards as well, which are there. If anybody wants to talk about the awards afterwards, I'm happy to talk about those. Anyway, so moving on. So the BIM, to talk kind of, this is the top level down basically a presentation. So to talk about the BIM implementation mandate, which has kicked off in Ireland as of this January. So it was launched last summer. And what I should say as well is, as normally happens with BIM mandates in various different countries, the private sector is usually driving it, or has usually driven the adoption prior to that. So BIM has been well mature in Ireland, or digital construction, I should say. You know, the acronym itself needs to be changed. Has been very mature in Ireland for at least the last 10 years. So, you know, we've leveraged VDC and digital technologies on site. We've leveraged information management on site. We've got data integration up and running, and in the private industry in general, I would say some companies are more developed than others. And then I guess the public sector, the government sector, has realized that there are major benefits to be delivered here, especially as part of the Project Ireland 2040 initiative, which is all around circular economy and sustainability. We're looking for multiple ways to eliminate waste and take a more lean culture to our built environment. So hence the BIM mandate. So the BIM mandate basically is focusing on capital projects. There is no BIM mandate, similar to the UK, where the BIM mandate came in 2016, I think it is. It's focused around capital projects, public projects. So the implementation strategy for this, I'll explain the criteria a little bit as we go through it. So Ministers Donoghue and Smith. So this came from the cabinet level down, with where they were informed by our construction sector group, which there is an actual wing of the government department, the public department, called the construction innovation sector. And based on that, they've decided to adopt BIM on their capital projects through the CWMF, the Capital Works Management Framework. So simply put, beginning with large projects, where BIM is reasonably well established. We're actually working on one of those projects right now, a major ferry terminal renovation and expansion in Rosslare. So it's a public project. We've been working on it now for almost a year, I would say, and there's another 2 years left in it. And it itself was is a BIM, a digital construction enabled project. So there is a requirement on that already prior to the BIM mandate. So this is really just kind of enforcing. So initially for projects over 100 million, which that project I spoke of fits that bill. And then over a 4-year period will actually cascade down to projects below 1 million. So virtually everything after 4 years from a public expenditure capital construction perspective will be delivered through BIM. So this implementation strategy is going to be delivered through 2 aspects. First of all, they're going to focus on implementing the standards and making sure the standards are mature at all the organizations engaging. And then secondly, supporting the public bodies. So underneath the government, there are many public bodies who will be engaging in construction. You've got the Health Service Executive, you've got universities, schools, etc. So it will be then to support those bodies afterwards. And just from knowing some people working in those companies, they're actually already on that journey. So the implementation strategy, just focusing on aspect 1, which is the standards. Again, ISO 19650, most people will be familiar with that as the international standard now for implementing information management and BIM. So we are focusing on that as well. From a classification perspective, it is Uniclass 2015. The reason for Uniclass 2015 is that is the classification that is most mature in Ireland and the UK. We kind of work hand in hand, really. Which makes a lot of sense. You've got contractors going in both directions, you know, prior to Brexit, but also still happening right now. So that is the classification structure, and then the IFC Industry Foundation class, which is excellent to see that IFC is actually coming back in a big way. It's now a European recognized standard for data format, for data sharing, let's say. So that is the proposed on any capital project, public capital project, IFC will be the standard file format for delivering information. And then finally the ICMS. So cost management standards have probably lagged in the industry as well for their digitization within data-enabled projects. So it's good to see that that has already had a focus early on to support our procurement and quantity surveying teams. I can share some of these. Well, everybody will have the Building Smart ones, but the ICMS you probably have access to as well. But happy to share this presentation. So what will the minimum project requirements be for all those stages on the Capital's Work Management Framework? And then that the appointing party, so whichever member of the public sector is the contracting, the lead appointing party, they should specify the level of BIM. So level of BIM really here is kind of an older term, but it is focused around the level of information need. Level of development, level of information, and what is the requirement of the information. So it's much more focused on the why as opposed to the what and the how. So this is difficult to see. Again, I can share this, but this table here is found at this link, and all it is really is the strategy that the Capital's Work Management Framework uses for construction delivery, basically using these digital projects. So from top to bottom, you've got stage 1 down to stage 4. So inception, design, feasibility, basically down to tender, and then you've got tender down to delivery. And within within that flow of information, you have the various functions of a successful project. So you've got project management, then you've got design for buildings, design for civil, cost control, and then risk management. So focusing initially this year in 2024 on the inception to tender actions, and then moving on to in 12 months or in January 2025, then the construction to handover phases. And then finally, once those are mature and delivered and enabled, the final phase will be the asset ownership. So that's currently under development and subject to consultation. So the criteria then, the requirements to simplify it in terms of value. So as of January 2024, any project, any capital or public project that's over a value of 100 million euros will be required, especially at the design phase at that time. Not necessarily something that has started design last year, but is starting the design phase this year, will be required to be delivered using BIM. And then year 2, over 20 million, etc. So you'll see after a while that these start to become layered targets, because I guess the smaller, they're giving 12 months to the larger projects over 100 million, and the smaller projects then will be able to deliver it in about 6 months, basically. So to kind of visualize that in a roadmap, you'll see that those tasks are laid out here. So task 1, which is over 100 million, has 12 months focus, and then after that they become layered tasks. So to kind of visualize of how this is going to work. So as of January this year, it's projects over 100 million that are in design only. And then in 12 months time, down here, those projects, as they move into the contractor and construction sector, that's where they're focused. But at the same time, the milestone 3 starts with the design phase for projects over 20 million. So there is a kind of a staggered effect. So you've got milestone 1, 2, and then 3 and 4, 5, 6, etc., etc. So that is the focus. It's going to be a lot of work, and luckily I'm on the private side, so we're already well mature. But from a government and public perspective, there's a responsibility on us as private sector to feed in and support them on this. So the 7 steps required for BIM implementation, like you could use these 7 steps in any organization that's getting set up on BIM or digital construction. Any implementation of any change management always starts with executive support. So buy-in from the leaders. The leaders need to know why they want to do this. In this mandate, leaders at private sector need to be educated on why there's a benefit here. So once that support is there, develop a plan focusing on the standards requirement in aspect 1, then choose your software and hardware, what's most appropriate for your team. Set your goals for delivery. How can you measure whether you're being successful? Build a team around that, train your team, and then monitor, optimize, basically. So the OGP is the Office of Government Procurement. They will provide an overview document for each step outlined above. So then the client role, so within the public sector, so this is basically I put this presentation together in support of one of my colleagues in the public sector who was discussing this with his peers, and what they're really focusing on now is developing the information management function. So anybody who's familiar with the ISO 19650, we don't really talk about the information manager role anymore. We talk about the information management function. So they now actually have to recruit, and they have to realize what type of talent they have in-house in the public sector, and actually develop this information management function within their capital expenditure. So it's a job description almost. It has its technical and non-technical side. The non-technical side, these are skills that everybody in construction would require really to develop and grow their career. But from a technical perspective, we still need those people to have project delivery experience on the construction side, understanding typical roles, etc. But also understanding information management and BIM. So somebody, maybe they're hiring from the private sector to help them with that. And then some software skills. So that's the public sector focusing on the information manager role. So then finally, just to close out this point about the BIM mandate, this has come on the back of the digital roadmap that was set up in 2021, which was divided up into 4 pillars. So leadership, standards, education, training, and procurement. So, that was executed in 2018 to be delivered in 2021. There was a lot of good work. And then the follow on from that then is another public support, which is the Build Digital initiative, which I'm going to talk a little bit about next. So the Build Digital project, this is in support of Project Ireland 2040, which is a government initiative to bring sustainability and circular economy to focus on sustainability and circular economy in Ireland, with some fairly ambitious targets by 2040. So there are going to be repeat governments or rollover governments through that process. So this is a key a key initiative for our country to be delivered within the next 16 years. So digital construction and digitizing the built environment is a very important part of that. So Build Digital is an initiative that was set up to support the BIM mandate and to support the delivery of digital construction in Ireland. So what is the mission? Again, I mentioned it earlier, but you have to have a why. You have to have a why before you engage in any of these implementations. So it's about uniting and collaborating, bringing our public and private sector together, not being litigious and confrontational, but actually start to work together towards digital data adoption, and then the reasons for implementing digital construction in the first place are always going to be to improve efficiency and productivity and international competitiveness for the Irish market as well. So to enable our private sector to move abroad and have a good reputation prior to operation. So that is our focus. The main things that we talk about when we have our Build Digital meetings are we addressing the fear of change? Are we supporting private industry in changing their attitude and their mindset towards digital construction as a must, as I have to do this or a must have? Can we support them in seeing why they should do this, and then actually help them develop and enable their digital capabilities? Low productivity is something that's always tarnished in the built environment. I think it's probably not as bad as some of the reports would suggest. But again, productivity can be improved, that's for sure. And then lack of supporting information. So if somebody does want to go on this journey, where do they get information? Where not only reference material, but also structured paths of learning and accreditation. How do I get access to those? So our goal at Build Digital is to be able to address those. So the structure then of Build Digital, so it starts from the top down, as I mentioned, at the government, who have Project Ireland 2040, the National Development Plan. They have a department called PENDER, which is the Department of Public Expenditure, NDP, Delivery and Reform. So, anybody who's familiar with cycling governments, there are always new departments that appear every now and then, and each name is more complicated than the next. But this one is basically focusing on internal expenditure and how we can develop and reform that process. This includes the planning sector as well, and the planning process in Ireland, which is a bit antiquated. So within PENDER, there's a construction sector group. And within the construction sector group, there's a focus specifically on innovation and digital adoption. So PJ Rudden chairs that group. PJ is an excellent individual for managing these new implementations. He is from the construction sector himself. He's from the private sector. He does some lecturing as well. He's well known within the industry, and he's like an uncle to the construction industry in Ireland. He understands the issues. He understands the challenges. And he's the right man to lead this initiative forward. So these blue boxes, I do apologize, it's probably hard to see those, but each one of those is an accredited body within Ireland, what is part or feeds into the construction sector group, innovation and digital adoption. So you've got, for example, you've got Engineers Ireland, you've got TU Dublin, which is one of the universities, you've got the RIAI, which is the Royal Institute of Architects Ireland, CIF is the Construction Industry Federation, Enterprise Ireland, PENDER is there, NSAI, which is the National Standards Association of Ireland. So all these bodies are represented within this construction sector group as well. So this group, this innovation digital adoption group, basically came up with 7 actions. One was to establish the Construction Research CIF, which is done. The CIF's Construction Industry Federation, or Construction Ireland Federation, and their research work has been complete. Sustainability through the RIAI. Action 3 is modern methods of construction. Action 4 is Construct Innovate, which is a consortium of local universities, which we at John Paul Construction are also part of Construct Innovate. It's a collaboration between public or academic and private. Action 5 is Digital Construction SkillNet, which is the learning part of all this and the education part. So SkillNet is a website where anybody here could go on and educate themselves, engage in a course, and there are apprenticeships included there. Action 6 is e-planning. Then finally, Action 7 is developing Build Digital, which again is a consortium. There are 5 universities referenced there. from both Dublin, but also in all of the rural areas of Ireland. So we've got a Midlands University there, we've got a Munster-based university, Southeast, and another Dublin one as well. So what we're focusing on here is Build Digital. So Project Ireland 2040. What is it? It's an ambitious plan in Ireland to make our country more sustainable and to develop circular economy in Ireland for many years going forward. So I'm not sure if anybody is familiar, but there is a housing crisis in Ireland at the moment, or as there are in many countries, and there simply are just not enough units to house the people that need housing, either purchasing or renting. So there is an ambitious plan in place, Housing for All, to construct those units and make a competitive market for people to be able to purchase or rent a suitable place to live. So that is the Housing for All plan, and then we have a modern methods of construction focus as well, which is really driving towards that sustainability side, elimination of waste, more efficiency within the construction industry. So there are 5 pillars now. I mentioned 4 pillars earlier. There are actually 5 pillars. We've added sustainability and circular economy. The focus is around leadership. It's talking about a top-down buy-in from leadership and cultural change, which is the biggest thing in construction, is traditional cultures. What standards are we driving towards? How can people get education and training to facilitate this? And then what type of procurement and contracts changes do we need to make to drive it forward as well? So to give a little bit about each one of those. So the role of the digital leadership pillar is that cultural change and driving towards digital transformation, but an evolution in mindset. I think that's the key point here, is an evolution in mindset and practice. There's going to be change here. This is not what our industry is used to. So that pillar basically supports leadership and focuses on the leadership at all the various main contractors all the way down to small subcontractors, what their leadership can do and what toolkits they have to implement digital construction. Our standards pillar, the one that I'm involved in myself, I'm representing the private side of industry, is assembling basically all the standards that exist today globally for digital construction and BIM. So ISO 19650 obviously is one, but we also have standards around data management and exchange of data. So we are gathering those standards together, and we are making our recommendation as the standards pillar on what are the most appropriate standards to focus on in your digital construction upgrade. And all the information actually that we assemble and bring together will be available then on our web platform. So we are building similar to the great work that Tina and her team have done with the IN KPI. We are going to assemble a web platform as well to host all of this information, similar to some of the other resources which I'm going to talk about shortly as well. So I see you talking, Tina, but you're on mute there.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Question. Is this Build Digital is financed? How did you unite the stakeholders in Ireland? How is this financed? Who started?
So I talk a little bit about the finance at the end. So it is a combination of sponsorship from the private industry, but the majority of it is financed by the government, and they were given a 2-year budget. So Build Digital was given a 2-year budget in order to produce our deliverables, and we're in our 2nd year now. So there is a major push within Build Digital to find more private sponsorship in the meantime.
And who suggested this Build Digital? Who suggested? From where?
So if I go back up a couple of slides here, which one was it? I think it was this one. So when, as part of Project Ireland 2040, and actually if I go back up even further, if I talk about the digital roadmap here in 2021, so the findings out of this roadmap, which went from 2018 to 2021, is both that we need to look at developing a BIM mandate, and also we need to have some supports for that BIM mandate as well. So the Build Digital, it was actually an RFP, was a request for proposal, was put out to all of the universities. Which one is it? It's this one. To promote a support sector, a support group. And this group here, TU Dublin, ATU, MTU, they basically came together, put a proposal together for Build Digital, proposed it to the government, and the government then selected them and issued them the budget to move forward.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, so those are the pillars. So standards, education to advance to design and construction, and then the procurement pillar, which is very detailed. They're actually the procurement and the standards pillar. We're working together this year, but the procurement pillar is best practice in sustainable digital procurement, which is a big thing. It's a big fear in construction is the management of procurement. Margins are tight. People want to make sure that they're covered. So we want to make sure that our procurement around these new contracts and around these new standards is also supported. And then finally, sustainability and climate action. What are our ambitious targets to track embodied carbon, reduce waste, build a circular economy? So that's what that pillar is focused on. So do we have international connections? We are working closely with the EU BIM task group. We work closely with Building Smart UK and Ireland, and which is our chapter essentially of Building Smart International, NEMA and Scottish Futures Trust. And what's not mentioned there is the UK BIM framework. These Scottish Future Trust and NEMA, excellent resources for development of digital construction at any organisation. So I would encourage anybody to go visit those sites. They are English-based sites. The EU BIM task group is more around the strategy, I would say, whereas NEMA, our Scottish Future Trust and the UK BIM framework, excellent resources themselves, just where they actually crunch through the standards and give it in common language how to understand what is required with the standards and how to move forward. So we work closely with those. So what will we support? Once we have our web platform up and running, what will we support? So we have tools, guidelines, supporting the industry with engagement and training. So the toolkits around information management, supply chains, circular economy, etc. We'll have guidelines and standards. We'll have templates. And then we'll have case studies, which is, to me, is always the most useful one, because you can relate to, if you compare a case study you might have in your head to a case study that's already been implemented, you can actually leverage that case study. And then there'll be support for pilot projects as well. I know that there will be funding to support pilot projects for certain contractors as well, based on certain criteria. Good practice reports and survey findings. We've already engaged in maybe 2 or 3 different surveys where we have surveyed the private industry about where you would like focus on or where do you need assistance. So just to recap then, to summarize, this is back to Tina's question, there's a government funded initiative, but there is also some private sponsorship in there as well. A big focus for us is engaging with the industry. I mean, I am the industry. I'm from the private side of industry, and to be fair, it is a very collaborative approach. We meet frequently and we discuss what are the biggest pain points and challenges to enable digital construction in Ireland, and then finally to create supports for the Irish BIM mandate. So to close this section about the Build Digital, so the industry funding then is so there, our company is heavily involved from a commercial perspective in Build Digital as well. We see ourselves as being, we're a tier 1 main contractor, we're the 3rd biggest contractor in Ireland, and the other 2 contractors ahead of us are actually more international based. So we're probably one of the biggest Irish based or heavily Irish focused contractors. So there's a lot of importance on this for us, and we want to see it be successful. We also feel that we're quite developed, so we want to help support our supply chain getting up and running as well. But you've also got digital construction vendors. Cosmos is a construction management platform. Murphy Geospatial is a survey-based and digital data capture company. TJ O'Connor's then is a civil and structural consulting engineer. So you've got sponsorship across all of the construction industry. So that is the story about the Irish BIM mandate and the Build Digital consortium that's set to support it as well. So I want to switch gears a little bit here, and now I want to maybe share the story of our own journey here at John Paul Construction. So a little presentation that I put together, which talks not just about BIM or about information management, but about digital transformation at our organization, I would say as well. So it's a journey of efficiency. I mean, I'll talk a little bit more about where the ideal for this journey came from, and basically why we're doing it, and where we are with it today. So let me just move things around a little bit here. Okay. So, okay, let's see. Okay, so I just wanted to give basically, so less technical, maybe less boring, a narrative, more of a storytelling field, kind of explain our journey, our digital transformation over the last 12 months and or 18 months, I would say, and continuing for the next 12 months as well. So, before I get into that journey, it was very important for us at John Paul Construction to develop pillars, similar how to the Build Digital initiative has pillars and focuses. We have our own pillars to guide us through our digital transformation. Pillars are very important for us. Our 3 organizational pillars are respect, teamwork, and excellence, which you'll see splashed all over our website if you go to johnpaul.ie. So we made sure we developed 3 pillars for our transformation, our digital transformation, that align with those, and they're focused on better decision making, improved efficiency, and better sharing of information. So giving our executives that live metrics to make decisions on what will ultimately lead to improved efficiency. Digital processes will eliminate manual data entry, duplication of information, and ultimately sharing information between our technical departments. So we believe we'll deliver on those 3 pillars, and we'll stay focused on those 3 pillars by the use of digital systems and tools, business intelligence and analytics and analysis, and then finally integrations. So these are not just integrations between our existing functions and technical departments, but leveraging companies who are bringing a high degree of excellence to software in the market today and leveraging their expertise in building our digital ecosystem. Integrations is also about just integrating data. That is a big focus now in Open BIM as well. So so our goals then, I guess, are a kind of an overview of this presentation. So, we're digitizing our operations and we're upgrading our operations, and this will help us to prepare for a digital twin world. So that's kind of a long-term focus for us, driving towards a digital twin world. We hear a lot of discussion these days about securitization and tokenization of real world assets. So the more data that you can integrate into an asset or a building, the better. Your client is more informed and they're more equipped to make more efficient transactions, I would say, if they're actually trying to sell or acquire a building. So we're driving towards that digital twin focus, which is a synchronized bi-directional flow of data between the digital asset and the real world asset. So that's that's what I mean by capturing operational metrics, etc. And we have sustainability metrics to cover as well. So okay, so moving on then. So our transformation, what are the goals of our transformation? So it's important to know what you're shooting for. We know as a construction company, we understand lean construction pretty well. So we know we've implemented them well over the last number of years. Lean construction principles, I mean. So it makes sense for us to, have similar goals within our digital transformation initiative. So eliminating unnecessary waste. There's a lot of duplication of manual data entry that's not required. It's already on the system. So one of our most important goals for us, which is empowering our experts to be experts. It's actually it's the why. It's the people focus of the digital transformation. So, we'll say. When we've got excellent technical individuals here, they're sometimes bogged down with valueless process and tasks. So we want to try and remove those, automate as many of those processes as we can, and give those people a new purpose, a renewed purpose, why they entered the industry in the first place. That will come then, of course, with the integration of our departments, which will make more sense on the next slide. But ultimately, we want to continue to support our project delivery for our well-respected and repeat clients. So, that is the bottom line. They're the ones that keep the lights on and keep the doors open. So we want to bring value basically to all the people in that chain, internally and externally. Okay, so what are the benefits? So anybody who works for any company at all that has tenure in the industry and has been around for a while will understand that technical departments after a while start to become very isolated, which means that those people are becoming isolated and the information that they're producing is becoming isolated. So this graphic is a bit dramatic. I would say. We don't actually have walls that were, well, we do have walls in our building, obviously, but walls between our departments for information flow. So what we want to do is we want to try and break down those walls. So, you know, I've shown several technical departments there that exist in any construction company, but similarities in other organizations as well. It's important for us to know how to try to empower those people to be able to share information. I'm sure everybody who's listening here today has difficulty with sharing information, good quality data, accurate data between departments. This is just internally that I'm talking about. Never mind sharing externally and interoperability challenges externally. So if we get an opportunity in a new project and we're successful in our tender, how do we get a good handover? How are we guaranteed a good handover if we have a good tender built up? Pre-construction meeting, into planning and procurement, so on and so forth. I'm sure we're all familiar with the fact that this can be a difficult process. It requires people to sit together, and that's not going to change, but very often that information is lost. Okay, so what do we want to do? So we want to break down those walls, and we want to get to this web. We want to create a networked web of information, and that's really what our visual focus on right now is creating a networked web of information, creating world-class systems where information that's tracked, project details from the outset are preserved, right the way through to the project lifecycle, and ultimately we'll feed back that into our project loop as well. So what lessons learned can we learn from project execution, and where can we integrate that information back into our tender and estimating? You know, we've got our support functions as well, that it's not that they didn't exist before, so IT and finance, HR, etc., but they're umbrella departments now, and they can support, let's say HR, for example, can support all the people within these relevant departments by understanding where their data is, where they are in their project life cycle, what resources are required to support there, and just protect people from burning out. I'm a big advocate of mental health in construction. It's important to protect people. Burnout is a huge thing in construction, so we want to protect those people. So transferring information from one to the other, that a seamless integration in that networked web, and then we can use metrics to measure the flow of information then as well. So, you know, I've put VDC and BIM there as well, which is kind of the group that I head up, that I oversee, because obviously construction technology is still a key part of all this. You know, this is an operational transformation, but construction technology is built around that flow of information too.
Ray, we have 10 minutes left.
Okay, perfect, no problem. So then I'll move into the key target focuses. So let's, you know, how do you eat an elephant? Where do you get? You know, you take it bite by bite. So our key target focus one was our accounting platform upgrade, which is developing the commercial side of the business basically. We had a construction management platform in place, but we've decided to upgrade that. That's our key target focus two. So, you know, capturing RFIs, have some snappier tools in place, world-class VDC tools in place there as well. And thirdly, our central platform. So we've had something in place for about 2.5 years, but we now want to develop that and optimize it. So to support our sharing communications internally, marketing, news, etc., but also to build a project platform, a contract platform as well. So then the actual journey itself. So that was an introduction to the journey. So I'll go quickly through the journey itself now, how we actually got to that point. But I think it was important to spend a bit of time on the goals and the focuses. So we've broken it down into these steps. So based on our, so if we go into the first text. So key target one, based on our key target one, our accounting platform. This is up and running. This is pretty much complete right now. We have a fully functioning new ERP platform. We've developed the previous one that was in place. Anybody who's raising a requisition, they were involved in this process to develop this process, you know, so that people could rely on actually drive progress in developing their ideal processes. So we engage with our quantity surveyors, our procurement team, etc., and you know, get a fresh perspective for junior people in those departments as well to define those requirements. And this cost management platform is fully functioning right now. Okay, so moving on to key target two, then the construction management platform. So you'll see a common thread here. John Paul's leadership is extremely important to us, as it is everywhere, but it's extremely important to us. Teamwork is one of our pillars, as I mentioned, from an organizational perspective. So we spent time and took a full step to identify who the leaders are within those technical functions who are really going to get on board with this transformation. So, you know, finding those people that understand how the information flows through their department and getting them on board. These are the people that are going to deliver it, holding those people accountable. Okay, so moving on. So a mixture then of key target 2 and 3. Once we had those leaders in place, we realized then that, okay, we're a construction company. We know what to do, we know what to do well, and that's project management. So successful project delivery has strong leadership. So we had assigned a delivery project manager. Actually, I thought about this earlier. We assigned two of those individuals, a combination of one who's a senior contracts manager within our business, understands project delivery intimately and understands the nuance of how our company works. The other individual is one of our associate directors, who is that kind of tech savvy approach. And those two guys combined have you know, we've got a seamless project manager built together, and they have led our discovery sessions, and they've ensured seamless integration of our departments because they've lived it, they know it. So then became the fun part, and I say that in inverted commas. This was very challenging, but this was very revealing as well, I would say. So this is where we really learned about ourselves. And the discovery sessions, we created some basic templates for these sessions in-house as part of our digital team. So we focused on the kind of categories of identifying current state. What are the individuals and departments' difficulties in delivering on that current state? You're basically asking your departments, what is your purpose at this organization? Why are you here? You know, and some people take that question the wrong way. But then kind of encouraging and forcing those people to map out their ideal processes. And I say this, you know, I say this cheekily, blue sky thinking. It's a term that we've used as well. I'm sure everybody understands it. So mapping out that ideal process. So if there were no challenges in the way, how would you like to come and work a day? So, you know, focus being on the individuals and their welfare. You know, we realized that early, that you have to focus on the roles and the individuals at your organization before you can digitize. So creating an environment where you find purpose in their job again. And once we went through those, we're going through those discovery. We still are going through some of those discovery sessions now for several months and more to follow. But people have engaged and people are coming back saying, no, I've changed my mind. I want to do it differently. So at some point you have to make a stop and then document those findings, I would say. So then we involved one of our key partners on our key target focuses. So this is Procore, and we've delivered those discovery sessions findings to Procore. So we're going to build our construction management platform around these findings. And they have been excellent in terms of reviewing those findings and coming back to us with some best practices and items that they have found in the industry. It's, you know, perhaps people have been doing business, just giving us ideas and things to think about. And we have also challenged them a little bit to change their implementation structure, to maybe move away from a more sprint-based focused, tool-based focused, and focus more on a process-based focus. So, you know, they were well capable of doing that. So we can align the technology that we found. We were looking for a new platform anyway, and our process improvements, we've had an initiative called Successful Project Delivery, and they have just married up perfectly. We're reviewing our processes. We forced them to develop a process. So that has worked really, really well. So we're now coming towards the end of the journey, and I would say probably the most important thing is the learning, I would say. So let me see if I just make sure I get this design thinking part here. So what did we do once we actually gathered this information, basically? So, you know, we had a process-driven approach, and I'm not sure if anybody here, well, there might be plenty of people here who are familiar with the design thinking approach. The most important part of this approach for us was the first step, which was empathizing, understanding, really having an understanding of what does an individual need to produce on a daily basis, what's the purpose of their function, understanding their challenging roadblocks, and asking somebody, you know, you want to listen to them and try and shape it so it marries up with what you've aligned, but really listen to what their challenges are, you know, and you might hear something that you're not expecting, but, you know, try and focus, listen to what they're saying as opposed to them just echoing what you're thinking. But it's important to capture that and represent that individual. So then you get into, so you define those requirements, then you get into the ideate phase, which is, it's probably the most enjoyable part of this whole process, because you just get to sit there and think up some ideas of how you're going to build a system and work with your vendors. Then you go into a prototype process, ultimately roll it out. So for us, key target 1 is complete. That was our accounting platform. Key target 2 is is we have rolled that out now. We're gone beyond the prototyping. We're testing and we have rolled out. So I probably had this presentation slide developed as a template a while ago. So we now have Procore active on several main projects. And then finally, our central platform is still in the ideate phase. So we wanted to develop those other key platforms first before we actually fully develop our final central platform. So key target 1 and 2 are delivered. So now we want to capture some metrics and use those metrics to build it in on our central platform site. So coming towards the end here, so again, learnings, just to back to learnings again, I mentioned it there. So we've learned some new skills that we were not expecting, you know, once the understanding of how to interrogate your process and not being afraid to have those discussions with your people, listen to your juniors, etc. Not just the tech savvy people, but the non-tech savvy guy who's on site, who has a brilliant idea, and you want to embrace them with enthusiasm and bring that idea forward. So then the key target folks, so just to give a little bit more information on those key target folks and the vendors that we used on that. So, you know, I'm coming towards the end here. So we used a company called Equi2 or eVision, which is a Microsoft Dynamics based platform for our ERP. I'm not sure if anybody here is familiar with it. We had consultation with them, which was really detailed. They spent a lot of time with us in the early days, which is about 18 months ago now when this process started. They worked with our procurement managers, our financial and accounting team, our quantity surveyors to produce this platform, and that is up and running today. There's a very collaborative approach. They were very supportive. The training was very supportive as well, which, you know, again, focused on the people and a proper rollout. We're still having some bugs, but I would say that's been extremely successful so far. So target focus 2, so I mentioned it already, it was Procore Technologies, different type of software company. You know, they are a software company, that's for sure, software company in construction though. And they have a kind of an agile consulting and agile sprints approach. So, you know, they have some excellent people in-house, they're strategic product consultants, their implementation team. It was an enjoyable process. And like I said, we're actually up and running, are on site now, and they're still supporting us. So we are optimizing. Just like any new platform, it's challenging, but that has been fun. They also have some best-in-class VDC tools that incorporate work around the model as well, and planning and scheduling and programming features. So finally then, key target focus 3, which is central platform. So we've had Microsoft SharePoint in place for the last 2.5 years, I would say, but admittedly we've tried to set it up our own way and we needed some support. So we've used some vendors to help us there, but we actually have a whole process around that right now, which we've just engaged in recently, where we're going through each department, investigating what they need from a contract hub and a communication perspective. So to close it out then, I would say the key learnings, you know, from a personal perspective, I would say, or a personnel perspective, I would say, maybe this is more suitable to learn that analyzing and innovating in processes is absolutely paramount. You know, you really have to challenge yourselves, you know, and kind of embrace that process. Benefiting from better decision making here, we're benefiting from improved efficiency, and then, you know, you innovate based on that. You know, it's important as well to realize to be honest in the turbulent times. So those are turbulent waves there in that image, and you kind of just have to embrace and keep moving forward. And then finally, attracting top talent. So construction industry, hiring for the construction industry is not like it used to be 10 or 15 years ago, maybe longer. To attract and retain that top talent and those superstars, you're going to have to cast the net a bit wider. Look for people who are solid on consumer level technology. We don't want to hire developers. We don't, you know, maybe we will at some point, but people who are familiar with consumer level technology. So So really, the final slide here, what are our outcomes? We've realized that process optimization is key, and we're starting to find some good data. So, that's really where we are today. So long may the journey continue. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope I didn't go over too much there, Tina. I hope we're on time.
Thank you, Ray. I think we got so much information that any question?
Any questions? Sorry, yeah.
Or
Maybe a very simple question. Thank you that you are attend this event from Ireland, and I would like to ask you something. How is the situation of construction sector now in Ireland?
did you hear?
Not
So
quite.
how
Not
is
quite.
the
I'm sorry. I
sector-
didn't quite
What
hear.
is the sector
What
of
is the
a performance in Ireland?
situation of
Yeah.
construction sector?
The situation is booming or is going down? Or
Ah,
how is it?
construction in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, construction in general is, I mean, from our perspective, we're probably as busy as we have been in the last 4 or 5 years, I would say. Construction is booming. If you were to visit Dublin, you'll see, you could count the cranes basically, but construction is pretty well. So there was a slight lull about maybe 12 or 18 months ago, just around the residential side of construction, and the residential side is very choppy anyway. It's really linked to investment and the economy, but that is back booming again now. There are several major apartment schemes underway just within Dublin City, and across the other cities as well. So construction is going well.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure we will contact you. Because there is now already time for a discussion, and I have just a final speaker from our vet school, Mr. Sasha Turanšek, giving feedback on all what have been heard. But Sasha, I think you can now speak in Slovenian because all the foreign speakers have left, and Ray, I think the teachers at school is not your topic. So thank you once again, and I will switch to Slovenian. And Sasha will give a feedback on how schools are.
Ja, me slišite?
Kar dajte, Saša. Sam še zadnje besede. Kako se vam zdi naš vprašalnik, ki ste ga dali zdaj čez? In KPI, pa kaj nam se popravite?
Ja, vprašalnik je zelo zanimiv, ne? Fajn je, ker dobimo konkretne informacije nazaj. Zdaj seveda, mi smo zelo, dobrodošla v šolah digitalizacija, ne, vsega. Moramo pa vedeti, da tu je še kar nekaj omejitev, ki jih trenutno imamo. Zdaj, gradbeni dnevnik je ena zadnja noviteta, ki je seveda digitaliziran, ne. In tukaj moramo eno stvar vedeti. Zelo je, dokler se mogoče starejši kader ne bo tukaj nekako poslovil, ne, jim je zelo težko to vse stvari seveda voditi dalje. Zato seveda mladi kader, ko prihaja sem, seveda so polni energije in seveda vse te stvari poskušamo tudi upeljati v sam učni proces. Tako da tu jih mi seznanimo. Je pa ena stvar, da seveda moramo pri pouku seveda vsem dijakom prvo predstaviti, kaj je v ozadju samega programa. In ta vprašalnik, ko ste ga zdaj sestavili skupaj, je zelo fajn, ker dejansko tudi mi vidimo, katere stvari, kam gre to vse skupaj, katere stvari seveda so zaželene in na kateri lahko mi damo seveda poudarek v sami šoli, ne. Zdaj, na primer, mi konkretno trenutno učimo 2 programa, ki sta popolnoma, recimo, digitalno usmerjena, tudi v BIM-u, se pravi, to je ArchiCAD in pa za cestarijo imamo Civil, ne, oziroma Platejo od CGS Labsa z Ljubljane, kar je zelo priročno, zaradi tega, ker je delno seveda vse digitalizirano. Vemo pa, da tukaj seveda vedno nastane ena taka, razpon še je, super, vse dokumentacijo od varnostnih načrtov, popisov del, obračunske knjige, vso projektno dokumentacijo imamo v digitalni obliki, kar pomeni, da jo digitalno izpolnimo. Tu je pa seveda podpisi, ne. kar bi bilo zelo dobro, pa mogoče zaželeno, da bi se vse tole nekako digitaliziralo in bi prišparali neke stvari. Zdaj zavedamo se, da gradbenega dnevnika je zelo težko voditi na gradbišču, ker nekemu inženirju ali pa delovodji dati tablico, ki je tik pred penzijo, pa da bo on zdaj s tistim se ukvarjal, pa mora vnesti neke stvari not, to je zelo težko ga prepričati. In tukaj še vidimo en taki razpon, ki bi seveda, ampak zavedamo se, da se bo to s časoma seveda vse lepo uredilo in bo seveda se to zelo implementiralo v gradbeništvu.
Pa hvala, da ste izpolnili vprašalnik. Mi smo želeli šole s tem vprašalnikom malo opomniti, kaj so še področja morda za izboljšavo. Navedene imate notri tudi primere podjetij, ki ta orodja zagotavljajo, tako da vas prosimo, da jih kar kontaktirate, ker za šole so licence bojda brezplačne, če so za študijske namene.
To je en taki zelo dobro pozitivna lastnost, ne. Mi tudi gledamo, kaj uporabljajo v firmah, katere programe, ki jih kaj učiti dijake, nekaj, kar dejansko ni brezpredmetno, ne. Se pravi, to je ena stvar, da gledamo, kaj uporabljajo firme in seveda to jih tudi mi učimo, ne. Je seveda potrebno kar nekaj časa, da se tudi mi na to, razen seveda, če nisi v sami stroki, pa da sam ne uporabljaš tega, ne. Dočim seveda tole implementirati, pa potem seveda dalje voditi. Seveda smo pa v nenehnem stiku tudi za fakulteto, tako da tudi fakulteta potem ena stopnička više, tudi oni potem nekako pogledamo, kaj oni uporabljajo, pa to seveda skupaj združujemo. Zakaj mi nekaj učimo, oni pa potem seveda spet z drugim programi, ne.
Je pa ta pristop Irske kar zanimiv. Vsi so se združili za isti cilj, ne?
Ja, seveda, to je pa po mojem bistvu, ne, tudi za BIM, ne, bi bilo zelo dobro pa dobrodošlo seveda z Rokom iz GIC gradnja, zelo dobro sodelujemo, ne, in je zelo fajn, če bi se ta katalog oziroma ta nabor, ne, ki ga ima tudi zelo lepo Hrvaška rešena, ne, bi bilo zelo fajn, če bi se seveda naše tudi slovenske firme to združile v eno in bi tale katalog oziroma katalog vsega seveda združili v eno in bi to bilo up to date oziroma bi bilo to vedno aktualno, ne.
Evo, našega Gregorja imate tle, slišal vas je, gospod Samo Peter Medved je tudi tle, gospod Čajn, mislim, da je že šel. Tako da ta pravi so bili malo z nami, bomo pa še dali en tak kratko sporočilo za javnost pol na spletno stran. S tem bi danes tudi mi to zaključili, malo se nam že mudi, ker čez 20 minut je v tej dvorani nov dogodek, vmes moramo še pojesti. Vabimo vas še na popoldanski del, imamo pa še eno vprašanje iz publike. In English, in English,
Okay. So I'm representative of the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia, and generally in our country we have only one vet school. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sure.
Great. So my name is Mikhailo Donev, representative from the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. Taking in consideration North Macedonia, we have only one vet school in the construction sector. And they have willingness to collaborate with schools from European Union. So my question is your school having this type of collaborations because they are interested to get involved in projects, but also to learn some best practices from schools from abroad?
Yeah, sure. We have a lot of projects in common. So we are also working with other schools. So we have here Erasmus Plus, K1 and K2 projects. So it's no problem to work with your schools.
We'll connect you.
Yeah, sure. I'm looking forward to work with them. So it's very.
That's great. Then we'll use the platform of the two chambers, Slovenian and Macedonian, to connect to VIT schools from the sector. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, sure.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you, Dan, for joining from France and all the rest. And thank you, hvala vsem. Lahko se imejte, posnetek bo na voljo na spletni strani Zbornice gradbeništva, kot tudi vsi materiali, ki jih bomo prejeli s strani predavateljev, tiste, ki jih bomo. Lep dan še naprej, srečno. Hvala, Sašo.
Ja, nasvidenje.